cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
the court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
Nkulunkulu na plenty. Life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo? There was a cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you? When you go out like that and write something so false and untruth and misleading the nation.
Okay.
Because at the end of the day, I promise you this, you will have an egg on your face. I've spoken about the Senzo Meyiwa issue so many times, but people have decided that they want me guilty.
I see.
You know,
the court of public
yes,
opinion.
they have decided. So why defend myself? They must believe what they want to believe. Me and God know the truth. One thing I will never do is to protect someone who killed the father of my daughter's father. At what expense, really? So they can believe whatever they want to believe. At the end of the day, God still wins.
So it's been
Nesibuya lapho siyabuya kuya brawe ekhaya. Siyazi mekuni Pirates kumnandi.
So it's been 10 years of your brother's passing.
Yes.
Why is it taking so long? According to you, what do you think it's taking so long?
Hey, for corruption. Corruption. Yabona lapha kukhokhiwe lapha. Khokho imali. Khokho imali. Futhi nje i-crime scene yonakala kwasekuqaleni. Crime scene yonakala kwasekuqaleni. Ama-gun residue awakazathathwa. I-crime scene yaklinwa. Yaklinwa i-crime scene. Kwafika umakhelwane lapha waklina igazi lapha. And manje singakhuluma vele ngoba sekuyaziwa ngoba kwakhona negazi lalongo lapha since wayidubula bese ngakhuluma eqaleni lo ngoba bekufihliwe.
Wait, longo wasidubula?
Ya ulongo ikhona la ayidubula khona eqaleni. Leyo nto kodwa befihliwe.
He shot himself in the foot.
Siyazi ngisho udokotela wamtreater. Siyazi nesibhedlela yakusona. Siyazi nokuthi futhi aka-admitwanga ngegama lakhe, kwa-admitwa ngelinye igama lenye ingane kaChiko. Siyakwazi nama-record wonke. Njengoba ngihlale ngiqinisa ikhanda ngiyazi lento engiyikhuluma ukuthi vele ikhona. I-cover up la isuka nje eqala kodwa umuntu kakhulu la owenza le cover up khona le ndoda abathi uBrigadier uGininda. Iyona yaqala ukwenza le cover up. Yafihla yantshontsha ngisho istatement. Yantshontsha istatement. Ngekhathi yantshontsha istatement, le statement sasisho ukuthi uSenzo konke sasibarwa uSipho oshade nesisi wami. Lo statement sasisho ukuthi uSenzo udubule ngephutha. Kwakufone bani uTumelo Madlala. Lo wayekhona endlini.
Yes, ngibona ya.
Kusukela lapho ke uGininda angiqale kahle. Angithi kwangena uminister uBhekicelo wakhetha ngo2018 wakhetha uButhelezi noMakhuba ukuthi baphathe case. Mase beinvest bethatha istatement kubantu. Bafika kuHlophe. uHlophe wathi kade angisithatha istatement mina la. Kwathi uba umuntu wagcina wathatha istatement kuyena wathi ngagcina usithatha kuGininda. Wathi hawu asiveli nje istatement sakho. Bavula icala against uGininda. Lo case 375 lo 2 second docket. Wavula against Gininda and against abantu ababesendlini. Kusukela lapho uGininda usezama ukuvala lesikhala ukuthi uyazi ukuthi ususpect. Wathatha labafana bafuna ukuba benzisa ama confession. Yonke ke lento isukela lapho le cover up. angikholwa ukuthi khona imali esaphuma ukuthi usezama ukuyivikela yena manje.
And bacabanga ubani afuna uyenze i-cover up?
Ubani ofuna
ayenze i-cover up?
Ubani, who's covering this whole thing up? Uthek yakhokhwa imali, ubani okhipha imali ozama cover the whole thing up. Who do you think is behind it?
Ngoba kahle kahle kodwa umuntu oprotectwa ngithi lo mfana kaChiko.
Ulong.
Yeah. Uyena protectwa. Ngoba yena ofika nesibhamu esingenayo ishow yakho ukuthi kwabuye kwabangiswana ngesibhamu asinayo ishow ngekhathi sesidubutshulwa isibambe yedwa yini noma bayebambe nomunye kodwa siyazi ukuthi yena wafika nesibhamu lama shot lawo 2 awashaya saphetho yena le yashaya uSenzo iyona ke le ngathi kwasekuliwa.
Kodwa angiboni ukuthi unayo le mali ulongwe usubani ubani kahle kahle ozama ukuprotect ulongwe ke if ke dubule ulongwe.
Ngoba kahle kahle ngithi eqaleni babesaba okay ngibeka nje mina ngathi ngifike egoli wangitshela Ivan because wathi lalela ndodana lapha ya akekho azikho igebengu ezangena kapha umfowenu udubleke ngephutha elamula uZandi nesoka lakhe ngangakazi ngalesikhathi uba isoka laZandi shoot lady cover up yaqala vele eqaleni manje akusekho ukuthi balikhuluma iqiniso wathi nje ubekwenzela imidi uthi ungasuka umsindo wobufoni bedumile kuzosuka umsindo mekuvela lento manje ke khishweni kwemali ke anginayisho ukuthi ubani ukhipha imali kodwa kwaqalwa lapho babhalisa istatement ezizokuvikela ukuthi kuthiwa ulovana odubulile.
Angithi nomngani waSenzo wayekhona uTumelo so nayo uyavuma ukuthi kwakuile njengoba nichaza nje ukuthi kwenzeke kanje nawe istory vele asivumile.
Mfethu uyavuma nayo uTumelo but ewuthunjiwe yabo tu nomthoko abantu ngeba understand and kodwa umuthi uyashaya umuthi uTuba bamthatha bamyisa enyangeni
Sobani
uTuba wathathwa okheli nolongo bamyisa enyangeni ngoba kwafika umuntu wayethi ufuna ukuthatha uTu esibhedlela uJohn Dubai wathi Tumela sambe ngoba wazi umuntu wena la wathi wavela wathi lo hayi semthatha uTu somgibelisa umthatha emvalo kubamyisa enyangeni.
After how long from the passing of Senzo was this?
Same night.
Oh.
Same night. Yabonakala imoto ipakile lapha enyangeni. Lezi zinto ziyenzeka lezi zinto zokuthi umuntu angawazi ukukhuluma. Ngikusho ngeproof khona umfana mina ngisebenza epolice station. As a case operator ngiregister ama documents. Ngithatha lokhu documents ngicapture ku system. Wafika umuntu lapha kwi-counter ngisebenza i-charge office ngivele ngim-attend mengim-attend athi lo muntu hey mfethu yazi ngangikhona kubula umuntu mekubula lo muntu kodwa manje bengakwazi ukukhuluma ngithi mina kanjani wathi ngathathwa ngayiswa enyangeni bangicaba bangifaka imithi bengithi ngizama ukukhuluma ngibe ngishawuvalo kakhulu ngathi mina awunansi lento futhi ningempela lento yenzeka koTumela hayi babanjwe baboshwa ngumuthi labantu.
So when according to you kwenzekalani that night when wayibheka i-situation?
Ulongo mfethu wayidiniwe ediniwe ukuthi swela okay ngomgqibelo ngosuku la uSenzo ayidlala khona igame after game baphuma uSenzo bayaka endlini lapha ehlala khona noKelly nomthoko mefika lapha endlini ebusuku wafika uLongo mefika uLongo uyasho umthoko ukuthi wambona uLongo wavulela isicapha kodwa angavunyela ukuthi angene wabona ukuthi la thuthu endlini umthoko uZandi uSenzo uKelly wabothi la ngiyashaya umuntu wami la yabo kuswela lapho ivele ediniwe ngakusasa ufika vele udiniwe ngoba yabo nje mina bengiye ngihlale nomthoko okudala ngisaphuza manje angisaphuzi dala ngisaphuza sikuhlale nabo nje sonke uthi uzovela athi mfethu kodwa uLongo yena mfethu asho kanti athi stand mfethu kodwa uyena uLongo ngithi mina ukwenzeni uLongo avela ajika athi uyena wathumala abantu kancane nje abuya athi uyena uLongo yabo.
Yes.
So wait, so umthoko boyithu base enyangeni.
Umthoko ayiswa ngenyangeni.
So yena wangakhulumi ngeqiniso
so istory siswa ngayo ngithi ukuthi wena uLongo ezesusa lento le besuspect ukuthi wena usho ushaya umuntu wakhe.
Isikhwele.
And then Maupek Ukeli, you know, Ukeli involved kanjani kule situation.
uKelly into ezombophisa ukuthi ubafihla iqiniso abalisha iqiniso kodwa leyo ukuthi wathenga laba abantu ayikho into engekho ileyo ukufihla iqiniso nje kuphela. Ileyo nto.
So then a court, I don't know, like, I don't want to lie, man. You know, I know it's very close to your heart, but it's been dragging on so long. I court manje ngisalandile sisi, but ngiyakhumbula there was a communication between Ukeli and one of the suspects.
Accused number 5.
Yeah, so then how was that fabricated? Into eze kanjani if ke bokunganabantu abangenile abasoganga ama criminals, then ukhulume kanjani nabantu who find themselves in the dock manje?
Hey, umprakati uKelly no mastermind. Mastermind. Angithi wabona wafika usisi lo waka Vodacom uPink. Mefika uPink kwakhishwa ama records aka SAPS anama kuthi ubani ufonele ba. Ibizwa ukuthi section 205 le. Eyaka SAPS yabekwa ngala. Wase kubekwe ya Pink ya Vodacom. Mekucheckwa kule ka Pink le number accused number 5 ayivela. Kodwa yavela SAPS. Oshuthi SAPS angize khathi uyithatha yena isuka iPDF bese bayishintsha ibe Microsoft Excel. Excel uyazi uyakwazi uku-edit la. Ba-edit abafaka le number le bathi ukhuluma nalo.
So it's fabricated.
Fabricated.
Sabona nebhuku ubhaleni kule bhuku.
No, la bengibhale bengithi ngifuna uqala ngibonge campaign organizer ngoba besenza ilokhuzana manje Senzo Meyiwa Justice for Senzo. Ngifuna ukubonga campaign organizer Mr Hubert Maphumulo wenze kube possible ukuthi ngifike la. Uyindoda ebe anti-apartheid activist ngekhathi nje zobandlululo bedila no exposer izinto ebezenziwa de Klerk. Wa survive ama assassinations amaningi. Onye into bengifuna ukuyisho la udaba lika advocate uTefo.
Okay.
Advocate uTefo yabo nje izolo ngithe ngihlele office ngafikelwa inyembezi engakhala ngihleli ngedwa ngathi mina uTefo usesafarisha ngenxa yomndeni wasekhaya ngoba phela besiza thina njengoba ezoboshwa kuphela unyaka manje eboshiwe hayi ukuthi uboshwele lamacala angeke uboshwele assault ne malicious damage to property unganikwa bail ucindezela vele lamacala ukuthi wa expose waveza ucase 375 lokho wona obopha uGininda manje kade vele befuna ukuthi bamcindezele kumanje umndeni wakhe umndeni kaTefo unkosikazi uzokhishwa nomnini la ihlala khona ingane ixoshiwe esikoleni yabo nje izona izinto ezibhlungu besifisa nje ukuthi siraise ama funds for imndeni kaTefo bengifisa ukuthi ngicela ukuthi nisisize siraise ama funds for umndeni kaTefo ukuze ingane zibuyele esikoleni
abantu bangasiza kanjani
si create crowdfunding.
Okay.
Yeah, crowdfunding.
Singayithola kuphi?
Ibizwa nge Back a Party.
Back a Party, the website.
Yeah, website www.backaparty.co.za. You click lapho find campaign. Bese you type out justice and security for Tefo.
Oh,
just my capital letters.
For Tefo.
Bese you click Tefo's photograph ekhona lapho.
Yeah.
Then you click donate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Bese uyangena kuyona.
Okay.
Okay.
What else did you have in the book?
Enye into la angis le indlela lecala lenzeke ngayo selizela ngaba ne inspiration saqala iSenzo Meyiwa Foundation la besingafisi ukuthi kube khona umuntu odlula entweni efana nale esidlule kuyona and futhi lento uNkulunkulu nje usevele wayiqala since lecala laqala kunabantu abaningi abebengifonela banama cases asho umuntu nginecala likanje bekufanele kuboshwe iphoyisa la ngaboshwa idodo ladliwa uthothi siyabasiza lawo bantu amanye amacala asevaliwe aphinda avulwa aboshwa amaphoyisa amanye khona abantu nje sesibasizile abaningi kodwa mase sifuna ukuthi manje ibe registered sibe semthethweni futhi sifuna ukuba nama-private investigators.
So i-foundation izodila ngama-case la?
Yeah,
okay.
Sibe nama-private investigators ngoba i-corruption la e-South Africa is very high. I believe uNkulunkulu ukuthi ungibezile ukuthi ngibe omunye umuntu odila nalezi zinto. I believe in God. I'm a man of God. I'm born again. And I'm highly protected by God.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Is that why Ausabi? Because we've seen so many witnesses die, that were associated to this case. I think more than 8, ne?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't fear anyone. I believe in God. And I believe ukuthi angeke ngiyifise lo uNkulunkulu angibizele khona ngakaqedi. Ngisho ngathiwa ba-powerful kangakanani. I don't care ukuthi ba-connected kangakanani. uNkulunkulu engimsevayo mina wadala laba bantu aba-connected nabo. Mina ngikhonza uNkulunkulu odala amazulu nomhlaba. Uma ukuthi bona baba ne-partnership ekudaleni nomhlaba ngabasaba kodwa abekho partnership noNkulunkulu.
And then our witness, why were they going missing? What do you think that is?
Hey mfethu. La bekushawa kakhulu ama-witnesses okuyiwona bezo-expose lento isheshe ivele ukuthi kune cover up ekhona la. Njengalo baba kamakhelwane khona baba kamakhelwane lapha owafa ngendlela engaziwa nje. Ubani omanye uNdlovu General uNdlovu. Baningi nje abantu abashonile.
And how do you think le case izophela kanjani?
No, sizoyithola justice.
Because where are we? Fact checker, do you have the update of where we are with the case regarding the Senzo case? Can you just give a mic there? Or just use Ghost Ladies there? Or you connect while he's talking? Okay, you'll connect. He'll give us an update of what's happening with the case. Yeah. Mara when we want to...
Sizoyithola justice ngoba manje ngithi i-state sesizoqeda ngo-witness baso. Kodwa witness wokugcina fanele bambize uyena uBrigadier uGininda. Meke baqeda hayi ila nizozwa khona-ke lapho. Ngoba i-defense team sizobiza o-witness bethu abazokhuluma iqiniso abazosho ukuthi hayi mina ngangimla. Ngikhathi kudutshula akekho umuntu waphuma endlini lapha le gebe ngithiwa zaphuma ezibaleka azikho. Nomunye ozosho mina ngangimile kanje ngibuka endlini belo bebambe behilisana kanje. Sekuzofika abantu abazokhuluma iqiniso manje.
Sure.
So, obviously, you all know what's in Kelly's mind. Kodwa-ke yindaba njengoba usho wena ukuthi ubhuti wakho ushone ngale ndlela ethize benefitani bona from not telling the truth because they are innocent. They weren't part and parcel of the murder, even if it was a mistake. It's not like they shot at Usenzo. So ngobona wakho benefitani, like what's in it for them? Why are they hiding the truth? Like, because the truth is just the truth, and if they speak it, nothing happens to them. They don't go to jail. They're not saving their own skin. So why would they go to such an extent?
Inkinga phela baqala baqamba amanga from eqaleni. Manje statement asashintsheki. Aba-benefit lutho vele kodwa nje manje asashintsheki. Nayi inkinga kunzima ukuthi ushintshe into esuyibhalile.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Now you're complicit.
So they're trapped in the lie,
yes,
essentially.
Yes.
Ezinye izinto abantu abangazazi. Yabo labo abantu aba-5. Labo aba-5 ababoshiwe. Abazi lutho. Futhi baze baqinisekisa lo labantu vethu khona lababopha khona umuntu kanti ngiyazana naye befuna umu-add kulabantu aba-5 hayi la ngabona khona ukuthi ayidlaliwe ngathi la bebembopha lo mjida vele namuntu okhangelayo uhlala la eJones ngeke ngisho igama ngoba wathi uyasaba ngoba sasithi asivula icala futhi yabo uma sethu uyalivula icala bengashesha iqede lento inkinga bamthembisa ukumbulala bamfaka isibhamu la bazokudubula sikubulala mewakhuluma ukuthi sikwenze lento esikwenze yona bathi soveza namacala akho yabona bamthatha bambopha bathi wena buhamba no-accuse number 3 umncube wathi angimazi umncube mina ngiqala ngisho umbona lo muntu kwathi hey basifaka emlomeni isibhamu kwathi wawuhamba naye wena wangena naye endlini wathi angimazi kwathi hey sokubulala balahla ukuthi bafonele emlasi kanti ngizoyibamba ifoni bengibuza ukuthi bani yena yamazi ngathi hayi siyamazi usondelene kakhulu naye kodwa bangaveza ubabuzelana usengitshele sephumile lo mjidi usethi yakhumbula khathi ufonelwa kanje kanje ngangiboshiwe ngihamba nalapha
Life ingendlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
There was a cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent, whatever paper they are, how dare you when you...
They're fine, yeah, I'm aware of it. Yeah, okay. At the last hearing, Mr. Advocate Nisi addressed the court on the basis that his client is being unlawfully detained, in the sense that he spends only 1 hour out of the 24 hours where he could say that is his own time in prison, where he's allowed, I suppose, to have exercises, etc. Mr. Minister also complained about the fact that he sometimes cannot have the opportunity to consult with his client. So the last hearing I undertook to speak to Judge Cameron. I didn't do it because when I told the JP Mlambo that I intended approaching him in connection with your client's complaints, he told me that Cameron, judge, had already written a letter to him. In that letter, they were discussing, amongst other things, the fact that judges of the high courts, when they make orders which proclaim accused persons who are there who are detained pending them being certified to be compos mentis, meaning that they can stand trial. But before they do that, a psychologist, psychiatrist, or doctor must examine that type of person. And normally the judges only make a blanket order that the accused person is referred to Sterkfontein, or whichever hospital, mental hospital, or vet copies, whatever. And sometimes in the system, the accused persons are never again visited upon by the psychiatrist. So Judge Cameron was complaining that these persons fall through the cracks because their detention is not defined. And he was insisting that maybe judges should make orders defining exactly that this 90-day period, what should happen to it. And preferably an order which is justifiable to detain this person for mental examination should be about 90 days, but within 90 days or at the end of 90 days, that person should again be seen in court by a judge who will then determine whether in fact this person is being treated or not. Judge Cameron also made mention, it's public knowledge, that he believes that some of the detentions are, as he puts it, are inhuman in the sense that they do not have consideration of the constitutional rights of some of the prisoners, and that sometimes the Bill of Rights is being compromised in that fashion, in that they are not given enough time to go and exercise, they are not accorded time to be visited by their loved ones or relatives or wives, and that he thought that exigency should be visited upon by the Department of Correctional Services, which apparently he did. And JP Mlambo, when I discussed that there is this complaint about the human rights pertaining actually to the detention or the confinement of awaiting trial prisoners, or there are certain complaints which have been visited upon, for instance, by Mr. Mnisi. The JP's view, which I agree with, is that this is a comprehensive question of the alleged infringement of the Bill of Rights, and he cannot alone, because there are 5 or 6 or 9 divisions of the Supreme Court, of the High Court here. It must be a general dispensation which is accorded by the Director of Public Prosecutions. So, concerning Mr. Mnisi's client, I did a bit of research, and I came across this case. The Minister of Justice, Correctional Services, and others versus Ntuli and Judicial Inspectorate for Correctional Services as amicus. I'll give you a copy of this. This case was finalized on the 13th of September 2023 by my brother Anta Halter. He was sitting with 4 other judges. And this case, I think it's the most comprehensive decision in South Africa concerning the Bill of Rights as it pertains or affects so-called prisoners or persons who are detained. If you read this case, you'll be able to find your way how you must approach the question of your client. Okay. Hello. It pertains only to that one. It pertains only to a so-called accused person or prisoner who wanted to exercise his rights to study, and he wanted to be accorded the right to have a computer which he must utilize for his studies. But it traverses the Bill of Rights pertinently as it pertains to persons like your client. The only way you can visit that exigency is to bring an application to court, as suggested by Mr. Baloyi, which will have to define your client's rights pertaining to his incarceration, confinement, study, or exercise, visitations by friends, accused persons, or parents, etc., etc. So your only option, because when I read that decision, apparently it accords with what Mr. Ngumalo was telling Baloyi and yourself about the fact that apparently your client is alleged to be, I don't know, a security risk, whatever they mean by that. So you have to bring an application. There is no other way you can do it, because the Director of Correctional Services is the one who frames these regulations which control the incarceration of persons or prisoners, either awaiting or trial or those who are already sentenced. Okay. That's all I can tell you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I'm indebted to the court, and thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
I'm not so sure whether I need to get a directive from Mr. Mnisi.
Yeah, you'll tell him what the law says and what that judgment pertinently says. That's the only judgment in South Africa.
Yes.
Concerning a Bill of Rights, concerning what your client complains about, amongst other things. Okay.
Yes. I'm not certain whether I can also request that what the court has just alluded to be interpreted to him as well.
Okay, fine. Mr. Interpreter, are you listening?
Yes, Manat.
Yeah,
But
fine.
it was a bit long
Yeah, okay, no, the salient parts of it.
as the court places. Kuthola na babumnisi khona wa complainer la enkantolo ekhuluma ngeclient yakhe ukuthi ivalelwe la ku solitary confinement. Manje ke khona ke izinto eziningi ezabhekwa ukuthi umuntu mevalelwa for 90 days solitary confinement kukhona ke imithetho eshoyo ukuthi ufanele abone yijaji ukuze libonakale ukuthi kukhona yini i-treatment esafanele iqhubeke. And khona ke nje okukhona ukuthi kuthiwa la abantu abavalelwe ke imalungelo abo ababi nendaba nawo ababatholi abantu ababavakashelayo mhlambe izihlobo nabangani fake kuthe uma beyokhuluma no-JP Mlambo u-Judge President kwathe kuthola ukuthi no lokhu akuyona into encane nje into enkulu impela ethinta namalungelo abantu and nento ke ngeke akwazi ukuyenza eyedwa kufanele ukukhulunywe nalaba ke abahola ke ezamajele manje kuthiwe ke into ke abafanele bayenziwe ummeli wakho ukuthi ufanele afake isicelo sokuthi kubhekwe ukuthi amalungelo aphethwe kanjani ngathi ngithe ukufinga ngaleyo ndlela.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, please.
So, my lord, before I proceed, this morning I was approached by accused number one, my client. Actually, before he made a concern that his identity document has not been given back to him. Then that has been explained, and my lord, his concern was that since 2020 he requested his identity document.
His identity document?
Correct, my lord. His smart card. Now the children are going to university and they want to apply for NSFAS. So there is a need, a requirement for the document to be attached
to
those applications.
Have you asked or visited, canvassed that issue with Mr. Baloyi?
I have, my lord.
What's his view?
Number of times.
Oh. Where's the ID?
Indeed, my lord, we confirmed that we had discussions and we explained to my colleague, Mr. Mgumezulu, that in terms of Section 31, I think, of the Criminal Procedure Act, this ID document forms part of the exhibit, and up until the finalization of the case, it remains in the custody of the police unless the court orders otherwise. We explained to him that he should make a written request as indicated by the investigating officer, and that is where the matter is, my lord. Once a written request is submitted by Mr. Mgumezulu, the investigating team will then take it from there. And we explained to him that he must set out the reasons why the exhibit should be released at this point in time.
May I approach the case number?
Yes, yes.
May I as well?
Okay, here we go. Okay, thanks.
My lord, my instructions further is that this is an exceptional case where the application has already been made to various universities. So they require the document.
They require?
They require that identity document.
Oh, I see, yeah.
And further, he told me that when he was arrested, upon taking that identity document, he was not arrested for this case. He was arrested for the matter that has been finalized in Tembisa.
Mr. Baloyi, you say...
Well, that evidence is on record as to what happened on the 30th of May, 2020, when accused number one was arrested. It was for the Tembisa case, but that was after the investigating team did an analysis and profiling of the accused regarding the current case. So it is part and parcel of the exhibit in the current matter.
Are you not able to make a copy of that identity document and then certify it?
Yes, I explained to my colleague that we don't foresee that there'll be a problem, but obviously a certain procedure has to be followed. There must be record kept of any exhibits that is disposed of.
Yeah.
And I'm sure if you were to follow that procedure, I don't think there'll be any problem. I think the matter has been raised prematurely, and we say this with the greatest of respect with the court. If we don't reach an agreement, can this matter then be brought to the attention of the court? But I'm sure we'll be able to find each other.
Okay, yeah, please.
May I approach?
Yes.
Is it please the court? My Lord, unfortunately, Mr. Ngube instructs me that it has come to a point where he can no longer take it because he has been in that situation that I explained before the recess for 4 years.
Yeah, quite.
And now that it is indicated to him that unfortunately there is nothing that can be done in the meantime to assist him, and the only way through which he can be assisted is for him to bring a substantive application before another court to challenge his situation.
Yes.
He therefore requests, my Lord, that this trial should then stop.
Stop?
Yes. It is his request. Those are my instructions. That is what he's instructing me.
I know there's a political party which wanted to stop.
Maybe the word stop. It's another way, but then that the continuation with this trial be suspended in the circumstances, my Lord, to afford him the opportunity to contact his family, which he does not know how he's going to do it, to try and find out on his behalf if there's an attorney and an advocate who will be willing to bring that application for him. Because he is saying further, he will not be in a position to start to drive or to prosecute that application when he's also concentrating in this case. And most unfortunately as well, my Lord, I am also not in a position to assist in that application when I'm also supposed to be concentrating on this case. I can't be expected in the afternoon to go and assist in the drafting of papers, also prepare for the following day to come cross-examine and listen to, to analyze testimonies of witnesses and cross-examine them in this case. That will further perpetuate the injustices that he is complaining about, because then I will have to share my concentration. Fortunately, I would not be able to confront two fronts from different angles. To confront two fronts at a go. That I will not be able to do.
So you're saying this trial must be terminated because you don't want to. You have used the word stop.
No,
so you're saying it must be terminated. What are you saying?
No, my Lord.
What are you saying?
As I said, probably the word stop came out in a rather unsavory way. He's basically requesting that he be afforded the opportunity to try and get an attorney and an advocate through his family that is going to assist him. But the unfortunate part is he will not be in a position to do that when he's also attending this court. So that means for him to be able to fight the battle, which is such a mammoth battle that he's supposed to fight, is for this trial to be suspended for a while.
Suspended for how long? Let me tell you, I've never ever heard of a trial which is suspended on those bases.
Let me then explain the following. Probably the court is also for the first time that is meeting a situation where a person is held in solitary confinement for 4 years, which is the reason why the court has not yet heard of such a situation.
Wait. I just went out of my way. No judge will do what I did.
Yes.
Research the law and come with an SCA decision to you. And I can tell you, this matter, this has been taken on appeal. Are you aware of that? That is really the case.
I know Advocate Msholola did refer to the case.
Yeah,
to
but
this case at some point.
It's been taken on appeal to the Constitutional Court. So the Constitutional Court, I don't know when they are going to handle that matter, because whatever they do, that case is the most relevant. Because
it's the binding authority at the moment.
That's it, yeah.
The circumstances, my lord, of this case, as I heard the court trying to elucidate on them, are different in that somebody who is not held in a solitary confinement is requesting for amenities to enable him to study, like laptop and all those other studying gadgets. But here, we are talking of a person who is mentally drained, a person that has been in solitary confinement, who has got no access to television, who has got no access to a radio, who has got access to virtually nothing, no newspaper, no nothing. And he is supposed, or he is expected to formulate a defense in the case of such a magnitude. That is totally unfair. That is totally unfair. So these two cases are totally distinguishable.
Are you saying just to draft a founding affidavit challenging the conditions under which he's been incarcerated, you need this trial to stop?
My lord, I am only conveying what he is
No, you are fine.
Because maybe he personally intends, because even his funding in respect of this case is done by legal aid.
Yeah, you can apply for legal aid again, no problem.
I'm not even so sure whether, my lord, that they will be able to do that, but I will try. I'll try to communicate with them during lunchtime. If circumstances permit, I'll bring the answer after lunchtime.
No, I can tell you now.
Yes.
The interests of justice don't allow that request. I can't. In this case, there are 4 or 5 accused persons before me. There are the complainants, there are the witnesses, even myself. I can't be sitting in this case until I die.
Maybe, my lord, in those circumstances, because this is a situation sui generis, probably it will be a justification. Now I'm thinking out of the box. It will be a justification to apply for a separation of trial then, to afford him the opportunity to go and attend whatever that he wants to attend. Meanwhile, the trial, so that to prejudice the other accused with the continuation of the trial.
If you say you want the separation of trial,
yes,
what happens to the evidence which has been led? I've never heard.
I've
never heard of a separation of trial at this late stage. Never.
But does the court really understand, my lord?
I do.
To stay in solitary confinement.
I do. That's why.
For 4 years. What does it do to the mind of a person?
That's why I became concerned.
Yes.
I engaged the JP. I engaged the Directorate of Inspections. And I even went to the law. And this is not a difficult application, please. It concerns a Bill of Rights. That's all it concerns.
My lord, it is so. It might not be a difficult application to a person who knows the law. Yeah. But to a person like him,
you know the law.
But I've just indicated, my lord, that I'm not prepared even with an inch to concentrate in this trial, at the same time be involved in a separate substantive application, which has got to do with his housing. That I'm not prepared to do.
Fine.
And if I'm not prepared to do it, my lord, then he then has got to do it himself. That is where then that notion of to draft an affidavit for in terms of a person who knows the law might not be a tedious thing, but to a person who knows the law, such as him, it's going to be very tedious.
Yeah, he's
thing.
going to instruct a lawyer, obviously. Okay. I'm sorry, I can't accede to any of those requests. Separation
let
of
me take
trials,
instructions, my lord.
stop the trial. I can't do that.
Let me take instructions, my
Yeah,
lord.
fine.
But before I do that, I also wish to bring it to the attention of the court, my lord, that it also hinders me because instructions that are coming from him, at some stage, they don't make sense. You can see that this is a psychologically impaired instruction. They just don't make a sense, my lord. It also hinders me a lot, and I'm expected to bring sense to the court. How do I bring sense to the court in circumstances where I'm getting instructions that are psychologically hindered? By virtue of the fact that a person has been in custody in solitary confinement for 4 years. I don't think even at Guatemala prison, that is still the position, my lord. Thank you. Let me take instructions.
Yeah, okay, fine.
May I finalize
Yeah,
my concern, my lord? My lord, my instruction from accused number 1 is that the state wants to rely on section 31
to what?
To rely to section 31 to keep the document or the exhibit until the finalization of this matter, of which that was not the same position with accused number 2. Accused number 2, when he was arrested, the state took his identity document and it was given back to him. So he finds no reason why the state should keep his identity document, because there will be no prejudice if such document is presented. And there's already evidence that has been laid regarding the identity of the accused that cannot be hampered with.
Yeah, Mr. Baloi.
My lord, I thought we've reached an acceptable arrangement that my learned friend will knock off an email to the state and setting out the reasons for the disposal of the exhibit at this point, and that will then consider that and revert to him, and that the court will be approached if we don't reach an agreement. And I'm hopeful, my lord, that we should be able to
reach
an agreement on this point.
You know what? I'm even prepared to make an order to say that your client's identity document is in the custody of the South African police. Its SAP 13 number is this and this and this and this and this, and your client's identity documents number is this and this and this and this. Make an order to that effect.
Yes.
If you want me to.
Yes, but we think we might not even reach that point. I'm sure we can find each other on.
Okay, fine. Is that okay, Mr. Mgomezo?
That would be fine for me.
Yes, sir.
As it please the court, my lords. My instructions are that he has been in custody in solitary confinement since 2019. People have come in and went out. People who have reoffended while in prison, they've stepped police and everything. They've stepped other inmates, they went in and went out. Now, apparently he is told that one of the reasons why he should be kept in solitary confinement is because of this case. Now, his question is, some of his colleagues that are also attending, that is also attending with in this case, that is co-accused, are not in solitary confinement. So why should it be him that is in solitary confinement because of this case, when other accused that are also involved in this case are not in solitary confinement? He still insists that may the court please have passion, mercy, and compassion to allow him an opportunity to go and think of a situation or of an idea on how best could he tackle this situation. Because he says, my lord, he cannot even concentrate here at court, because each time he comes here, he's got to think about his conditions where he is housed, as to the reason why is this injustice actually being perpetrated. When he leaves here, he hardly has got time to think about what has been happening here at court for that day, because he spends most of his time in solitary confinement thinking about his agonies. He's basically agonizing about his stay there.
No, fine, I hear that. He must bring an urgent application You've got the right to do that.
In the meantime, what should then be happening? Because I've got no instructions
meantime, there's
to
nothing-
cross-examine this witness.
No. In the meantime, there's nothing this court can do because the Commissioner of Correctional Services has made an order. Am I correct, Mr. Baloi?
Yes, indeed. And
Yeah, I mean-
we try to the best of our
Yeah.
ability to mediate, but it's about
That's
separation
it,
of
yeah. So
powers.
that order must be set aside.
Yes, they exercise powers in terms of the Correctional Services Act.
That's it, yeah.
And,
There's nothing this court can
there's
do.
much we can do.
Okay, can we just start with
This is the message, my lord. The court cannot compel me to start, my lord. I'm a creature of instructions. If I don't have instructions to start, I can't start. But this is
So,
what he's saying.
Mr.
Yes.
Are you saying if your client says you mustn't start, you're not going to start?
No, but my lord, I
No, I'm
need
just
to have
asking.
instructions. I cannot act against his instructions. And this is what he's saying. Ikhotho uma ifuna ukuqhubeka ngenkani yayo, ingaqhubeka. Kodwa mina yazi ukuthi ngihlukumezekile engqondweni. Ngicabanga indlela engihlukumezeke ngayo. Those are my
Yeah, fine.
instructions.
I sympathize, and I'm very human about this situation. That's why I'm saying they can bring an urgent application against the Correctional Services, the Minister, the Director, and they can even cite the Department of Justice also.
May I then request, my lord, that we have an adjournment. I consult, actually I talk to legal aid and find out if there's something that I can do in respect of this, because basically he is their client. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Baloi.
It's 7 minutes to 11. Maybe we can then take the short adjournment, the normal short adjournment until about 11:30.
Okay, I'll come back at 11:30.
lenye ingane kaChico siyakwazi nama-record wonke njengoba ngihlale ngiqinisa ikhanda ngiyazi lento engiyikhuluma ukuthi vele ikhona i-cover up la isuka nje eqala kodwa umuntu kakhulu la owenza le cover up khona le ndoda abathi uBrigadier uGininda iyona yaqala ukwenza le cover up yafihla yantshontsha ngisho istatement yantshontsha istatement ngekhathi entshontsha istatement le statement sasisho ukuthi uSenzo konke sasibarwa uSipho oshade nosisi wami lo statement sasisho ukuthi uSenzo udubule ngephutha kwakufone bani uTumelo Madlala lo wayekhona endlini kusukela lapho ke uGininda angiqale kahle angithi kwangena uminister uBhekicelo wakhetha ngo2018 wakhetha uButhelezi noMakhuba ukuthi baphathe icase mase bethatha istatement kubantu bafika kuHlophe wathi kade ngangisithatha istatement mina la kwathi uba umuntu wagcina wathatha istatement kuyena wathi ngagcina usithatha kuGininda wathi hawu asiveli nje istatement sakho bavula icala against uGininda lo case 375 lo 2 second docket wavula against Gininda and against abantu ababesendlini kusukela lapho uGininda usezama ukuvala lesikhala ukuthi uyazi ukuthi ususpect wathatha labafana bafuna ukuba benzisa ama confession yonke ke lento isukela lapho le cover up angikholwa ukuthi khona imali esaphuma ukuthi usezama ukuyivikela yena manje
and bawucabanga ubani afuna uyenza i-cover up
ubani ofuna
ayenze cover up
ubani who's covering this whole thing up uthi kuyakhokhwa imali ubani okhipha imali ozama cover the whole thing up who do you think is behind it
ngoba kahle kahle kodwa umuntu oprotectwa ngithi lo mfana kaChico
ulong
yeah uyena protectwa ngoba yena ofika nesibhamu esingenayo ishow yakho ukuthi kwabuye kwabangiswana ngesibhamu sinayo ishow ngekhathi sesidubutshulwa isibhamu esibambe edwa yini noma bayebambe nomunye kodwa siyazi ukuthi yena wafika nesibhamu lama shot lawo 2 awashaya saphetho yena le yashaya uSenzo iyona ke le ngathi kwasekuliwa
kodwa angiboni ukuthi unayo le mali ulongwe usubani ubani kahle kahle ozama ukuprotect ulongwe ke if ke dubule ulongwe
ngoba kahle kahle angithi eqaleni babesaba okay ngibeka nje mina kathi ngifike egoli wangitshelwa Ivan because wathi lalela ndodana lapha akekho azikho igebengu ezangena kapha umfowenu udubuleke ngephutha elamula uZandi nesoka lakhe ngangakazi ngalesikhathi uba isoka laZandi should lady cover up yaqala vele eqaleni manje akusekho ukuthi balikhuluma iqiniso wathi nje kubekwenzela imidi ukuthi ungasuka umsindo obufoni bedumile kuzosuka umsindo makuvela lento manje ke khishweni ngemali ke anginayisho ukuthi ubani ukhipha imali kodwa kwaqalwa lapho babhalisa istatement ezizokuvikela ukuthi kuthiwa ulofana odubulile
angithi nomngani waSenzo wayekhona uTumelo so nayo uyavuma ukuthi kwakule njengoba nichaza nje ukuthi kwenzeke kanje nawe istory vele asivumile
mfethu uyavuma nayo uTumelo but ewuthunjiwe yabo uTuno umthoko abantu ngeba understand and kodwa umuntu uyashaya umuthi uTuba bamthatha bamyisa enyangeni
sobani
uTuba wathathwa okheli nolongo bamyisa enyangeni ngoba kwafika umuntu wayethi ufuna ukuthatha uTu esibhedlela uJohn Dubai wathi Tumela sambe ngoba wazi umuntu wena la wathi wavela wathi lo hayi semthatha uTu zomgibelisa bamthatha emvalo bamyisa enyangeni
after how long from the passing of Senzo was this
same night same night yabonakala imoto ipakile lapha enyangeni lezi zinto ziyenzeka lezi zinto zokuthi umuntu angakwazi ukukhuluma ngikusho ngeproof khona umfana mina ngisebenza epolice station as a case operator ngiregister ama documents ngithatha lokhu documents ngicapture ku system kwafika umuntu lapha ku counter ngisebenza i-charge office ngivele ngim-attend ngim-attend athi lo muntu mfethu yazi ngangikhona kubula umuntu mekubula lo muntu kodwa manje bengakwazi ukukhuluma ngithi mina kanjani wathi ngathathwa ngayiswa enyangeni bangicaba bangifaka imithi bengithi ngizama ukukhuluma ngishawuvalo kakhulu ngathi mina awunansi lento shuthi nengempela lento yenzeka kodwa umela babanjwe baboshwa ngumuthi labantu.
So when according to you kwenzekalani that night when wayibheka situation?
Ulongo mfethu wayidiniwe ediniwe ukuthi swela okay ngomgqibelo ngosuku la usenza idlala khona igame. After game baphuma usenzo bayaka endlini la behlala khona noKelly nomthoko. Mefika lapha endlini ebusuku wafika uLongo. Mefika uLongo uyasho umthoko ukuthi wambona uLongo wavulela isicapha kodwa wangavunyela ukuthi angene. Wabona ukuthi la thuthu endlini. Umthoko uZandi usenza uKelly wabotha la ngiyashaya umuntu wami la. Yabo kuswela lapho uyivele ediniwe ngakusasa ufika vele udiniwe. Ngoba yabo nje mina bengiye ngihlale nomthoko okudala ngisaphuza manje angisaphuzi. Dala ngisaphuza sikuhlale nabo nje sonke. Uthi uzovela athi mfethu kodwa uLongo yena mfethu. Asho kanti athi stand mfethu kodwa uyena uLongo. Ngithi mina ukwenzeni uLongo? Avela chika athi uyena wathuma labantu. Kancane abuya athi uyena uLongo yabo.
Yes.
So wait, so umthoko boyithuba enyangeni.
Umthoko ayiswa ngenyangeni.
So yena wangakhulumi ngiqiniso
if istory swa ngayo ngithi ukuthi wena uLongo ezesusa lento le besuspect ukuthi wena ushaya umuntu wakhe.
Unesikhwela.
And then mawubheka uKelly uKelly involved kanjani kule situation?
uKelly into ezombophisa ukuthi ubafihla iqiniso abalisha iqiniso kodwa le ukuthi wathi ngalabo abantu ayikho into engekho. Ile yokufihla iqiniso nje kuphela. Ile nto.
So then a court, I don't know, like, I don't want to lie, man. I know it's very close to your heart, but it's been dragging on so long. Court manjang salandili sisi, but Kumbula, there was a communication between Ukeli and one of the suspects.
Accused number 5.
Yeah, so then how was that fabricated? Into ezekanjani if ke bokunganabantu abangenile abasoganga ama criminals, then ukhulume kanjani nabantu who find themselves on the dock manje?
Hey, umprakati ukini ndo mastermind. Mastermind. Angithi wabona wafika usisi lo wakavoda uPink. Mefika uPink kwakhishwa ama records aka SAPS anama kuthi ubani ufonele ba. Ibizwa ukuthi section 205 le. Eyaka SAPS yabekwa ngala. Wase kubekwe ya Pink ya Vodacom. Mekucheckwa kule ka Pink le number accused number 5 ayivela. Kodwa yavela SAPS. Okushuthi SAPS angize khathi uyithatha yena isuka iPDF bese bayishintsha ibe Microsoft Excel. Excel uyazi uyakwazi ukuedit la. Bayedit abafaka le number le bathi ukhuluma nalo.
So it's fabricated.
Sabona nebhuku ubhaleni kule book?
No. La bengibhale bengithi ngifuna uqala ngibonge campaign organizer ngoba besenza ilokhuzana manje Senzo Meyiwa Justice for Senzo. Ngifuna ukubonga campaign organizer Mr Hubert Maphumulo wenze kube possible ukuthi ngifike la. Uyindoda ebe anti apartheid activist. Ngekhathi nje zobandlululo bedila no exposer izinto ebezenziwa de Klerk. Wa survive ama assassinations amaningi. Enye into bengifuna ukisho la udaba lika advocate uTef.
Okay.
Advocate uTefo yabo nje izolo ngithe ngihlele office ngafikelwa inyembezi engakhala ngihleli ngedwa ngathi mina uTefo usesafarisha ngenxa yomndeni wasekhaya. Ngoba phela besiza thina njengoba ezoboshwa kuphela unyaka manje boshiwe. Hayi ukuthi uboshwele lamacala angeke uboshwele assault ne malicious damage to property. Unganikwa bail. Ucindezela vele lamacala ukuthi wa expose waveza ucase 375 lokho wona obopha uGininda. Manje kade vele befuna ukuthi bamcindezele. Kumanje umndeni wakhe, umndeni kaTefo, unkosikazi uzokhishwa nomnini la ihlala khona. Ingane ixoshiwe esikoleni. Yabo nje izona izinto ezibhlungu. Besifisa nje ukuthi siraise ama funds for imndeni kaTefo. bengifisa ukuthi ngicela ukuthi nisisize siraise ama-funds for umndeni kaTefo ukuze ingane zibuyele esikoleni.
Abantu bangasiza kanjani?
Si create crowdfunding.
Okay.
Yeah, crowdfunding.
Singayithola kuphi?
Ibizwa Back a Party.
Back a Party.
The website.
Yeah, website www.backaparty.co.za. You click lapho find campaign. Bese you type out justice and security for Tefo.
Oh,
just my capital letters.
For Tefo.
Bese you click out Tefo's photograph corner lapho.
Yeah.
Then you click donate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Bese uyangena again.
Okay.
Okay.
What else did you have in the book?
Enye into la angithi le indlela lecala lenzeke ngayo selizela ngaba ne-inspiration saqala Senzo Meyiwa Foundation la besingafisi ukuthi kube khona umuntu odlula entweni efana nale esidlule kuyona and futhi lento uNkulunkulu nje usevele wayiqala since lecala laqala kunabantu abaningi abebengifonela banama cases asho umuntu nginecala kanje bekufanele kuboshwe iphoyisa la ngaboshwa idodo ladliwa uthothi siyabasiza labo bantu amanye amacala sevaliwe aphinda avulwa aboshwa amaphoyisa amanye khona abantu nje sesibasizile abaningi kodwa mase sifuna ukuthi manje ibe registered sibe semthethweni futhi sifuna ukuba nama private investigators.
So your foundation izodila ngama case la?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sibe nama private investigators ngoba i-corruption la eSouth Africa is very high. I believe uNkulunkulu ukuthi ungibezile ukuthi ngibe umunye umuntu odila nalezi zinto. I believe in God. I'm a man of God. I'm born again. And I'm highly protected by God.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Is that why Ausabi? Because we've seen so many witnesses die, that were associated to this case. I think more than 8, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't fear anyone. I believe in God. And I believe ukuthi angeke ngifise lo uNkulunkulu angibizele khona ngakaqedi. Ngisho ngathiwa ba-powerful kangakanani. I don't care ukuthi ba-connected kangakanani. uNkulunkulu engimsevayo mina wadala laba abantu aba-connected nabo. Mina ngikhonza uNkulunkulu odala amazulu nomhlaba. Uma ukuthi bona baba ne-partnership ekudaleni nomhlaba ngabasaba kodwa abekho partnership noNkulunkulu.
And then I'm a witness. Why were they going missing? What do you think that is?
Hey mfethu. La bekushawa kakhulu ama-witnesses okuyiwona bezo-expose lento. Isheshe ivele ukuthi kune cover up ekhona la. Njengalo baba kamakhelwane khona baba kamakhelwane lapha. Owafanga indlela engaziwa nje. Ubani omanye uNdlovu General uNdlovu. Baningi nje abantu abashonile.
And how do you think le case izophela kanjani?
No, sizoyithola justice.
Because where are we? Fact checker, do you have the update of where we are with the case regarding the Senzo case? Can you just give a mic there? Or just use ghost ladies there? Or you connect while he's talking? Okay, you'll connect. You'll give us an update of what's happening with the case. Yeah. Mara when we
sizoyithola justice ngoba manje ngithi istate sesizoqeda ngo-witness baso. Kodwa witness ogcina fanele bambize uyena uBrigadier uGininda. Meke baqeda hayi ila nizozwa khona ke lapho. Ngoba i-defense team sizobiza witness bethu abazokhuluma iqiniso abazosho ukuthi hayi mina ngangimla. Ngikhathi kudutshula akekho umuntu waphuma endlini lapha le gebe ngithiwa zaphuma ibaleka azikho. Nomunye ozosho mina ngangimile kanje ngibuka endlini belo bebambe behilisana kanje. Sekuzofika abantu abazokhuluma iqiniso manje.
Sure.
So, obviously, you all know what's in Kelly's mind. Kodwa ke indaba njengoba usho wena ukuthi ubhuti wakho ushone ngale ndlela ethize benefitani bona from not telling the truth because they are innocent. They weren't part and parcel of the murder, even if it was a mistake. It's not like they shot at Usenzo. So ngobona wakho benefitani, like what's in it for them? Why are they hiding the truth? Like, because the truth is just the truth, and if they speak it, nothing happens to them. They don't go to jail. They're not saving their own skin. So why would they go to such an extent?
inkinga phela baqala baqamba amanga from ekuqaleni manje statement asisashintsheki ababenefit lutho vele kodwa nje manje asisashintsheki nayi inkinga kunzima ukuthi ushintshe into esuyibhalile.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Now you're complicit. Or
So they trapped in the lie.
Yes,
essentially.
yes.
Ezinye izinto abantu abangazazi yabo labo abantu aba-5 labo aba-5 ababoshiwe abazi lutho futhi baze baqinisekisa lokho labantu vethu khona lababopha khona umuntu kanti ngiyazana naye befuna umu-eda kulabantu aba-5 hayi la ngabona khona ukuthi ayidlaliwe ngathi la bebembopha lo mjida vele na umuntu ogangelayo uhlala la eJones ngeke ngisho igama ngoba wathi uyasaba ngoba sasithi asivula icala futhi yabo uma sithi uyalivula icala bengashesha iqede lento inkinga bamthembisa ukumbulala bamfaka isibhamu la bathi ukudubula sikubulala mewakhuluma ukuthi sikwenze lento esikwenze yona bathi soveza namacala akho yabona bamthatha bambopha bathi wena buhamba no-accuse number 3 umncube wathi angimazi umncube mina ngiqala ngisho umbona lo muntu kwathi hey basifaka emlomeni isibhamu kwathi wawuhamba naye wena wangena naye endlini wathi angimazi kwathi hey sokubulala balahla ukuthi bafonele emlasi kanti ngizoyibamba ifoni bengibuza ukuthi bani yena yamazi athi hayi siyamazi usondelene kakhulu naye kodwa bangaveza ubabuzelana usengitshele sephumile lo mjidi usethi yakhumbula khathi ufonelwa kanje ngangiboshiwe ngihamba nala
Yeah, Mr. Minister.
As it please the court, my lord, we are very thankful for the indulgence, my lord. At least there's a movement that is happening. There was a consultation with Mr. Mube when we were on break. I think there's something that is happening, my lord. So we might as well then continue with the business of the day.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, my lord.
You still remember, sir, you're still under oath? Yes.
As it is the court, my lord. Thank you, Mr. Ntini. Sure. Mr. Ntini, is it a procedure that a person from whom an opinion has been requested by an officer analyzing ballistic, does a ballistic analysis to give or to write an affidavit?
Kwendlela ensenza ngayo yini ukuthi uma kuwukuthi umuntu wenze umsebenzi wokuhlola ibhallistic kufanele abhale affidavit?
A lot. I've never done this before. However, this time it was requested for me to write that affidavit, and I've done that.
Angaze ngikweze lokho. What did you say after? Said you've never done that?
I've never done that before. However, I was requested to write that particular affidavit, my lord.
Angaze ngikwenze lokho ngaphambilini kodwa ngacela ukuthi ngibhale leyo affidavit.
Thank you. Now, what is the procedure that you know with respect to a person who has been requested to give an opinion in ballistic related examinations?
Manje yini inqubo yaziyo mana nomuntu ocela ukuthi alethe umbono wakhe madana nokuhlola kwe-ballistic?
My lord, I cannot say there is a specific procedure. What I know is that when you are giving an opinion, you are just giving an opinion. You are not writing anything anywhere. You are just giving the person who's doing the case an opinion, and then it ends there, my lord.
Ayikho inqubo engiyaziyo engikwaziyo nje ukuthi nje ulatha umbono kulo muntu ocelile ukuthi ke akhombise ocelile ukuthi ulethe umbono wakhe.
Is it correct that the person who procedurally would have to write an affidavit in terms of section 212 and those subsections is the chief examiner, even a person who overrides the work that has been done by the chief examiner does not have to write an affidavit, not so?
Kuyiqiniseni ukuthi lo muntu ofanele abhale affidavit ngaphansi ka section 212 chief examiner nalo ongathi ke kezula ke lokho kubekwe u-chief examiner kwasayena akaphoqelele ukuthi abhale affidavit.
My lord, the person who's doing that case is the one who is will compile the affidavit for that particular case, my lord.
Lowenza lelo cala yena uzokwenza i-affidavit yalelo cala.
Thank you. Now, you correctly saying you haven't done this before, but have you ever been requested to give an opinion by a chief examiner? When I say a chief examiner, I mean the person that is specifically working on that case.
Wabacelwa yini lo owenza icala ukuthi ulethe umbono wakho?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
And in those cases where you're requested to give an opinion, did you ever file or also prepare an affidavit?
Manje la ucelwa khona ukuthi ulethe wakho umbono wakho wawucela yini ukuthi nakhona ubhale affidavit?
No, my lord.
Thank you. Now, can you explain the circumstances under which you then had to give an affidavit in this case?
manje akuchazeke isimo esenza ukuthi-ke ugcine-ke ubhale i-affidavit kuleli cala.
My Lord, I was informed that during the testimony of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, there was where our names were mentioned that we gave an affidavit. My apologies, my Lord, where we gave an opinion. So now we're requested to confirm that through an affidavit, my Lord.
Manje khona i-statement lesitshela khona ukuthi akulokhu kufanele sifunge nge-affidavit.
From who did that request come?
Manje leso sicelo savela kubani?
It came from Advocate Baloyi, my Lord.
Savela ku-advocate Baloyi.
Did you ever mention to Advocate Baloyi that said, look, we only gave an opinion. We in terms of our protocol, we're not obliged to give affidavit. The person that gives an affidavit is the person who had worked who's working with the case himself. Did you ever bring that to the attention of Mr. Baloyi, Advocate Baloyi, Masori?
Manje amtshela yini u-advocate Baloyi kuma ukuthi indlela esisebenza ngayo ukuthi uma silethe umbono sibhale i-protocol umuntu ofanele kabhale affidavit umuntu obekuyena-ke owenza lowo msebenzi. Thina esilethe umbono nje kuphela sibhale affidavit.
My Lord, we consulted with the advocate and to seek advice on how can we put this affidavit, and then we were advised to make a 2-2 statement, my Lord.
Hayi sakhuluma naye u-advocate ukuthi singabhala kanjani ekugcinekini-ke wayesesikholela ekutheni sibhale i-2-2 statement.
No, but my question is very simple. Did you bring it to his attention that per protocol you're not required to do that?
My Lord, my answer is I've consulted the office of Advocate Baloyi because we've never done this before with regard to an opinion on how to go about this. And then we were advised to draft the 2-2 statement, my Lord.
U-advocate Baloyi ne-ofisi lakhe basisize ngoba sasingakaze sibhale i-statement esinje. Wasesitshela-ke wasesikhonela ekutheni sibhale i-2-2 statement.
Captain Ntini, do you understand my question?
I understand your question, ma'am.
Thank you. In the course of you being requested to write an affidavit, knowing that that's not a protocol in terms of the forensic science laboratory, for a person in your position then to have done so, did you bring that aspect to the attention of Advocate Baloyi during your concentration? I mean, when you consulted?
Advocate Baloyi ukuthi cha kona indlela ikuyona inqubo yethu ukuthi sibhale ama-affidavit.
My Lord, we object to that question. There's no protocol who must actually write a statement or not. And any witness can write a statement as long as they are being asked to write a statement.
Yes, Mr. Minister.
I did not get the basis of the objection, my Lord.
He says there is no protocol that a person who writes an opinion must do so in the form of an affidavit or otherwise. As long as you are requested to write that opinion, you may choose, I suppose. Is that not so, sir?
That is so, my Lord.
But that comes from the witnesses themselves, my Lord.
Yeah, fine, but lawman says there's no protocol.
Then it means the witnesses were lying then if they said they are not expected to write an affidavit.
Fine, you can make that submission.
So say despite the protocol that you know that as an opinion giver, you shouldn't give an affidavit, you went on to give that affidavit nonetheless, not so?
Anamazi ukuthi yena kuletha umbono kuphela wena ukuqolela ukwenza i-affidavit kodwa waqhubeka wayibhala le affidavit anginjalo.
I wrote the affidavit, my lord.
Yebo ngayibhala i-affidavit.
Thank you. You know what does that tell me? It tells me that you went along to try and give some degree of how can I put it? You went along with the state to try and give some degree of there's a term that I'm missing. Of a validation. Yes. You went along to give a validation to the narrative that the state is trying to give or to bring to this court with regard to this firearm by defining your own protocols.
Ngasengathi wena wasiza umshushisi ukuthi kulethwe isiqiniseko mayelana nalesi sibhamu lesi umshushisi afuna ukusiletha la enkantolo.
My lord, I cannot say I went with the narrative of the state. In this 212, I just wrote what I know and what transpired, my lord.
Ngisho ukuthi bengikhulumisana ke naloko bokufuna istate engakusho nje ukuthi mina bengiletha umbono.
That is just by the first aspect that I'm bringing to your attention, and I'm going to request you to keep it in your mind that there's a first validation that you're going along to give. In fact, your testimony is that you are trying to give a validation to the narrative that the state is bringing here in respect of the involvement of this firearm, of this alleged firearm in this case. But that's just the first point. Thank you. Let us proceed. Thank you. Now, Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena has agreed when he gave testimony that the process in which you are involved in, ballistic analysis, it's science, and it's a science of accuracy and precision, which is based on the consistent transfer of marks from the tool to the exhibit. Do you align yourself with that?
Ballistic science ekhuluma ngokudluliseka kwezimpawu ezidluliselwa ey'nhlamvini. Uhambisana nalo?
I'm listening, so you can proceed. I do agree with that.
Thank you. Would you also agree that in an event, just a hypothetical situation, in an event where there's been no transfer of marks from the tool to the exhibits, then comparison will not be possible?
Please say again.
I'm saying, would you also agree that in an event where there has been no transfer of marks, ballistically so, of marks from the tool into the exhibit, then examination will not be possible?
Njengoba ukuthi akukho impawu zidlulisekela ku lo mbukiso lo lethwe enkantolo, kusho ukuthi ayikho indlela emini ngahlola ngayo.
My lord, even if this is too wide, but what I can say is that when you are comparing the two specimens, then you find no marks, then you are going to give a certain finding if you don't find any mark. But you will be looking at those specimens under the comparison microscope.
Noma ungathatha-ke uthole kwi-exhibit elethelwayo kuthiwe akunazo impawu ezikhona lapho, kodwa ekugcineni uyogcina kukhona okubikayo mayelana nokuthi impawu azitholakalanga.
Thank you. That would basically be a negative finding or a neutral finding, not so.
Lapho kuzobe kukhombisa ukuthi-ke umbiko uchaza ukuthi akukho lutho olutholakele kunjalo.
If you don't find the marks, my lord, you will go for inconclusive.
Yes.
Manje uma ungayitholi lezi mpawu leyo uzobe luthi cha lokhu akulethi isiqiniseko.
And in circumstances where the marks do not match at all, what finding will you get?
Manje uma ungatholi lutho kwanhlobo.
My lord, if the marks don't match, you will go for negative. It will be negative.
Manje uma ukuthi-ke lezi mpawu lezi azifani, uzovele uthi no akuhambelani.
Thank you. Now, Colonel Mangena, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena comes to you on the 22nd and says, can you please give me an opinion on what I've already worked on? Not so.
Mhla 22-ke uKenel Mangena weza kuwena wathi ucela ukuthi umnike umbono wakho akunjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
Now, in terms of your knowledge, at what point would a chief examiner, let us call Lieutenant Colonel Mangera a chief examiner, at what point would a chief examiner go to a colleague of his, go and request for an opinion?
Ulozi lokho-ke ungasiphi isikhathi la ufanele lo esithi chief examiner noma umhloli omkhulu lana okuwumangena afanele ukuthi ayofuna imbono yabanye.
My lord, opinion in my section, my lord, is something very common. So it is part of quality control. So from my side, if somebody else come to me and ask for an opinion, it's something that we normally do.
Ucelo lombono into ejwayelekile yenziwayo la engisebenza khona lokhu kusetshenziselwa-ke ukuthi kuhlolwe ukuthi equality yinhle yini. Manje ukuthi umuntu azocela ukuthi umnike umbono into ejwayelekile.
Have you ever requested for an opinion, sir, from a colleague of yours?
Wakwayicela yini wena ukuthi omunye akunike umbono?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo unjalo.
At what point?
Ngasiphi isikhathi?
I look at the specimens on the microscopic comparison, and then just ask for anyone who will be close by, or to just go and request somebody to just make sure that he can see what I'm seeing. We can come to the same conclusion. Hence, I'm saying it's part of quality control, my lord.
ukuthi uma ngibheke lezi zinto ngaphansi kwemicroscope bese ngibona okuthize ngiyecela mhlawumbe oseduze noma ke nje omunye ngimthela ukuthi ake sazohlola ukuthi asho naye ukuthi uyakubona into engikubonayo.
Do I understand you well to say that you'd first go through the comparison yourself and then you come to a specific finding or to a specific conclusion? Then with that conclusion in mind, you go to your colleague, go and request for an opinion, not so?
Ngizisaka then ukuthi ukuqala uyahlola bese ke ufikela kwesinye isinqumo mase ufinyelele kuleso sinqumo ebese ke uyasudlula ke uye ku colleague yakho umtshela ukuthi uyombuza ukuthi access.
My lord, when I go and ask for an opinion, surely my job will be done. I'll be the first person to look at, as the chief examiner. I'll do my job and check those specimens on the comparison microscope and then see what I'm seeing, and then I'll give it to somebody else, my lord.
Okay, mase ngiyotshela omunye uthi angikumbona ngizobe sengiqedile wami umsebenzi ngithatha i-specimen lesingifine ngaphansi kwe-comparison microscope ngisibheke kuyima ngikwazi ukuya komunye ngiyocela eyakhe imbono.
Thank you. Now that is the point at which you'll go out and request for an opinion, not so. When you're done with your job.
Yes, I will first check them.
Thank you. Now, in the course of requesting for an opinion from your colleague, would you discuss certain challenges which you might have had when you went through your job, or you just go give him the exhibits and all those that you have been working on and keep quiet and go back to your office?
Uyomchazeleni ukuthi iziphi inselelo ahlangana nazo emsebenzini wakho noma uvele umnike umsebenzi ukuthi yena useyozibonela ukuthi wena uyahambela yela kwelakhe office.
My lord, I will give the examiner the exhibits to check for me to in order to verify that if whatever that I have seen, it's something that he can see.
Angizonika omunye umhlolo ukuthi naye abheke ukuthi lokho engikubonile naye uyakwazi ukubona.
No, but my question is, when you're taking all the things that you have been working on yourself to your colleague for a third opinion, would you tell him that, look, this is what I got and stuff like that?
My lord, I don't tell the results. I just give the person the exhibits to check for me. Then when he gives me feedback, then I'll be able to compare if he has seen something that I have seen.
So basically, I mean, even if after he has done, your colleague, the one that is giving the opinion now, he is done with his opinion, testing, examination and everything. When he brings back your package that he was working on, there's no point at which you two as experts would sit down and say, you know what, in the course of my examination of this, these are the things that I've identified, these are the things that I've identified. You just don't do that.
No, Mr. Buya, I don't tell you to have me born, Mr. Buya is of Jella, as a Buisa or La Buisa Lagona. ama-exhibit lawo kusho ukuthi anihlali phansi nibonisane ukuthi nakho mina engibonile nakho engingakubonanga niyakwazi yini ukuxoxisana?
Obviously, my lord, he will give me the feedback. In the process of feedback, he will tell me what he saw. He saw the marks, corresponding marks, whether it's positive or whether it's, he saw the marks that are different, then it will be negative. Whatever that he will see, he will inform me, my lord.
Thank you.
Whatever the finding.
Lethela phela umphumela walo umsebenzi wakhe uyangitshela phela ukuthi yini ayibonile, uzongitshela ukuthi yini okufana nayo impawu ezifana nayo azibonile mhlambe khona nomehluko awubonile, uzongichazela ukuthi khona lokho akwenzekile.
Thank you. Now, in this instance, where Colonel Mangena requested you to give an opinion on the work that he already had done, did that discussion take place?
Manje kulokhu ke la ucela khona uKhenel Mangena ukuthi ulethe umbone leyo ngxoxo yenzeka.
I gave him the feedback, my lord.
Yeah, ngambuyisela umphumela.
What feedback was it?
The feedback was that they were fired from the same firearm, my lord.
Ngamthi uma sengixoxisana na ngamtshela ukuthi cha lezi inhlamvu zami ngithula isibhamu esisodwa.
What else?
Okunyeke
Is then that on the day, then he informed me that it is Senzo Meyiwa case. That is all that I can remember, my lord.
okunyeke wangitshela ukuthi yiqala kaSenzo Meyiwa bona ngikhumbula.
So just to recap from your answer, on your answer, you gave him back the items that he brought to you, which you also had worked on, to formulate your opinion, and you told him that from your analysis, the bullet exhibits and the scene, the test bullets and the scene bullet seems to have been fired from the firearm that we brought to you. Number one. Number two, sorry.
Manje kuloko ongichazela kona ukuthi wayilethela ke lezinto lezi ayikunikeza zona ukuthi uzihlola ke waseke umtshela ukuthi wena uhlaziyile lezi inhlamvu lezi lenhlamvu le ephuma endaweni yesigameko nale esetshenziswa ukuhlola ngayo.
May I proceed?
You were still proceeding. That is correct, ma'am.
And then number two, you then were informed by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena that this was the Senzo Meyiwa case, and that's it.
Emva kwalokho wasitshela uKhenel Mangena ukuthi lena leli cala kaSenzo Meyiwa kosuba yilokho wasiphela kanjalo.
That is all that I can remember, my lord, because I know that I gave him feedback and then he informed me which case it was, my lord.
Ngikona ngikhumbulayo ngoba ngikhumbula ukuthi ngamnika umphumela wasengitshela ukuthi icala likabandeni.
You can't remember what really prompted him to tell you for him to come and tell you that this was Senzo Meyiwa's case. That you can't remember, not so.
My lord, I can't remember that. I mean, conversations, we don't have a standard procedure of a certain conversation, my lord.
Thank you, sir. These exhibits, you would agree with me that the exhibits that you worked on, the test bullets, let us talk about the test bullets. is what is ballistically known as known matches, not so, because they were fired from the same firearm, allegedly, not so.
Angithi lezi inhlamvu ekuthiwa ama-test bullets yilezi ekuthiwa ziyaziwa ngoba zithuthulwe ngesibhamu esodwa kunjalo.
A test is known, my lord.
Athi yebo isibhamu ekuthiwa i-test inhlamvu ekuthiwa i-test inhlamvu eyaziwayo.
No, man, you don't understand my question. And if you don't understand my question, just don't answer. Request me to clarify it for you. Do you understand, Mr. Ntin, Captain Ntin?
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. Now, I'm saying to you, for the fact that the test bullets that you had to work on were fired allegedly from the same firearm as test bullets, those test bullets are known as known matches, not so.
Manje ngisho ukuthi ke lezi zinhlamvu lezi esithuthule ngalesi sibhamu okuthiwa isona esathuthulwa ngayo zenziwa njengokuthi ke yilezi esinemphumela eyaziwayo kunjalo.
My lord, that is what I answered. I said the tests are known because the tests have been fired from a certain firearm. So those tests are known.
Yebo siyazi ukuthi ke lezi inhlamvu ekuthiwa ama-test inhlamvu ezaziwayo ngoba kuyaziwa ukuthi zathuthulwa ngasiphi isibhamu.
Thank you. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena told this court, before we get there, how many test bullets did you work on?
Wayesebenza ngenhlamvu ezingaki zama-test bullets?
There were 8, my lord.
Zazishagalombili.
I see you reading from something there. What is it that you're reading from?
Yini ke lo ifundayo ngiyakubona sengathi khona okufundayo lapha.
This is my 2 and 2, my lord.
Yeah, it's 2 and 2 yami le.
Oh, okay. Yeah, indeed, he said he fired 8 test bullets. And the reason for him to do that, he told this court, out of his own volition, that he had to do that because there was no consistent transfer of the marks from the tool into the exhibits. Do you get that?
Uthi ke mefakaza le nkantolo Lieutenant Mangena uthi ke wadubula lezi inhlamvu zama-test bullet eziwu-8 ngoba impawu lezi zasingadluliseki kahle ukudluliselela kulezi inhlamvu zivela esibhamini.
Do you understand that?
Ngizwisisa lo.
I'm listening, my lord. Yeah, I'm following.
Thank you. Now, when you analyzed those test bullets, by the way, you said what test bullets did you analyze? He gave us the classes which he fired from this firearm as test bullets. Now, which bullets did you analyze? Test bullets did you analyze?
Uhlole ziphi inhlamvu ezama-test bullet?
It's 369 TB3 to 369 TB10.
Ngihlole u-369 TB3 kuyofikela ku-369 TB10.
Did those test bullets all have similar marks?
Zonke lezo nhlamvu bezinempawu efanayo.
My lord, I've checked them, all of them, and then find that they do have the similarities. Then I've selected the one with the best marks.
Yebo ngihlole zonke ngabona ukuthi yebo impawu zikhona kodwa ngase ngikhetha ke le engibona khona ukuthi impawu zicace kangcono.
My question is, did all those test bullets that you work on have similar marks? I'm not asking you whether you fired bullets and then you had to go for, which ones did you go for? I'm asking you, very simple question, sir.
They had similar marks, my lord.
Thank you.
Izinhlamvu lezi zonke zazinempawu efananayo ukuthi yebo kunjalo.
Now, you then come and say, from those 8 marks, although they had similar, those 8 bullets, test bullets, although they had similar marks, then you went for those that had better marks, not so?
That is correct, my lord.
Why would these bullets, these test bullets, others have better marks and others not, when they were fired from the same firearm?
My lord, the transfer of marks on the bullet is not going to repeat itself exactly the same. They will have those similarities, but they will be the one that will have at least the best marks that are clearly visible, my lord.
Now, when others have better marks and others do not have better marks, on what basis do we then conclude that they've got similar marks?
My lord, you will see that those marks are sufficient. They are similar, and then they are sufficient for you to make that finding, my lord.
But then say, if that is the case, you would not go for those that have got better marks, because they've got sufficient marks, then the marks are similar. You just take any bullet there at random and do your test, not so. If your explanation is anything to go by.
My lord, if you can recall previously, I said after checking all the tests, I picked up one test. On the comparison microscope, you can put a test and an exhibit, one. Then we check the test with that particular exhibit. Then you will find the similarities. Then you will rotate them up until you are satisfied. And then I picked up the second one just to verify what I have seen on the other test. I cannot say with the exhibits I've checked them all, but I've checked the tests against the tests to see that these tests, they've got the similarities. Then from there I randomly picked up. Is that just, my lord, because I did not write, I cannot say specifically it was this test.
makhona impawu engizibonayo bese ngithatha nenye ngiyahlola kanjalo ngiqhula kanjalo kodwa ke akusho ukuthi ke lezi ezinye azinazo impawu.
No, I don't get your explanation. It's your explanation is too clouded. My question is, if you are so sure that these bullets had similar marks, why did you have to go for those that you refer to as better marks?
Kuzama ukuthi uma ukuthi unesiqiniseko sokuthi zonke lezi inhlamvu zinezimpawu ezifanayo, yini indaba wasuka wakhetha izimpawu uthi wena inhlamvu uthi wena zinezimpawu ezicace kangcono?
My lord, I had 8 tests. I've checked the tests against each other. Then from after checking those tests, then I picked up one. I cannot specifically say which one. Then I put there in order to compare it with the exhibit.
Ngathatha ngithi mina ngathatha wonke lama-test bullets ngaqhathanisa wonke ngazibona zonke lezi mpawu ezibonakala wonke lama-test bullet bese-ke ngithola eyodwa engayibona ukuthi icace kangcono lezi ezinye.
You're saying you checked, because I don't want to misunderstand you. You're saying you checked the test against themselves, then ultimately you pick one that you examined as against the sin bullet. Is that what you're saying?
Mangizwisisa uthe uthathe zonke lezi nhlamvu okuhlola ngazo ama-test bullet waqhathanisa zonke wase-ke kuzona-ke usuqhathanise zonke wasukhetha eyodwa-ke wasuyiqhathanisa leyo-ke nenhlamvu evela endaweni yesigameko.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani.
So you therefore were being incorrect when you said out of the test you went for a better one. You went for the one with a better mark. That was, it's not what happened. You are wrong in saying that.
Manje kusho lona iqiniso ukuthi uthe wonke lama-test khona wayekhetha ngoba ubona ukuthi nezimpawu ezingcono.
You are not incorrect. You are correct. What I'm saying is that I picked up the test from amongst the 8. Then I used it to compare it with the exhibit bullet in order to check if they do have a match. But what I've said also is that all the tests, they had the similar marks. However, I cannot say all the marks were all clearly the same. I don't know if I'm making sense, because nature does not repeat itself 100%. Some you will find that other marks are clearly visible than the others. Remember, I'm using a comparison microscope. So now if I see a certain test bullet with better marks than the other, then I will use that particular one.
Ngathi kuma sengiqedile kwase kuba ikhona ke le ntamvu engiyikhethayo ukuthi ngiyisebenzise ngoba zonke lezi ntamvu zama-test bullet zazinayo impawu ezifananayo kodwa ke zazingafani ncimishi kuzo zonke iy'ndawo ngoba ke imvelo ayikwazi ukuthi-ke iziphindaphinde ngendlela efananayo. So kwakuphoqela ukuthi ngifune le inhlamvu engangisiza ukuthi ngenze umsebenzi wami kangconywana.
Yeah, I think it's a question of language. Maybe the language expression could be deficient, and I'm not saying that, because there is a word also is identical, more pronounced. Have you heard of those words?
That is correct, ma'am.
Yeah. You are using similar, the same. One bullet may have the same, 2 bullets may be identical, and they may have similar marks. But one may have more pronounced marks. That's how I understand the evidence.
That is correct, my lord.
It's unfortunate, my lord, that I'm expecting that explanation to come from this witness, because I heard him very well.
Yeah, fine.
When he said, I compared to these 8 bullets initially. I compared to these 8 bullets and found them to be similar. But of the 8 bullets, then I picked up the one with better marks.
Yeah.
Good. And then my question, follow-up question was, But if this bullet had similar marks, why did you have to go for a better one and not pick up a random bullet? That's when then he came up with the explanation that from the 8 bullets that he had compared amongst themselves, he just picked up a bullet and tested it as against the same bullet. This time, no longer the bullet with the better mark. Then the explanation just went from there on and on and on and on, until then the court came up with marks being more pronounced, and etc., etc., etc. But this is not what this witness is saying, my lord. But nonetheless, I had his answer. Thank you, sir. Get your answer. Thank you. The bullets which you say is the one which you opted to use in order to compare with the seen bullet against the background that we have just set, that it is the one with a better mark. What mark did those bullets, did that bullet from the 8 that you picked up which had a better mark, what mark did it have for you to come to the conclusion that this one is more pronounced than the other bullets, test bullets?
Lenhlamvu lena owakhetha ukuyisebenzisa ukuthi iqhathanise nenhlamvu ewumbukiso, engifuna ukwazi ukuthi njengoba ke usuchazileke ngaphambilini, yiziphi impawu lezi eyayinazo ezazwenza ukuthi ubone ukuthi indoda?
My lord, at this stage I cannot say exactly which marks, because remember I did not write anything down. All that I said is that during that time when I checked the bullet and the test, I found similarities to and then that I concluded that they were fired from the same firearm, my lord.
Ngoba ngibhalanga phansi ukuthi yini engiyibonayo yini engayiboni, angeke ngisakwazi ukubuya ngisho ukuthi naku ke ngakubona naku futhi engakubona, engakwazi nje ukwenza ukuthi ngagcina ngibonile ukuthi lenhlamvu nenhlamvu evela endaweni yesigameko le sibame sisodwa.
You see, sir, that's a problem. I'm not talking to a layman here. I'm talking to an expert, not so. An expert who did science on certain who applied science on certain exhibits, not so.
Lana ngikhuluma ngomuntu ongazi, ngikhuluma nomuntu owuchwepheshe la owasebenzisa science ukuhlola kunjalo.
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjalo.
You know, this, what you just now telling this court reminds me of a pathologist. Now, a pathologist is a person who does post-mortem, a doctor that does post-mortem. He went to court and told this court that, look, my chief finding on a post-mortem examination as to the cause of death of the deceased is asphyxia.
Uthi hayi la ngikhumbuza lo muntu ohlola idumbu. Wathi mebuza ukuthi yini wayithola ehloleni wesidumbu. Wayesethi into engiyitholile ukuhisheka ebizwa ngesingisi kuthiwa phecelezi asphyxia.
Now the court asked him, it was a him. The court asked him, how did this asphyxia happen? Now the doctor said, no, I did not write it down. Whether the asphyxia was brought along by strangulation, by suffocation, or loss of blood, he couldn't explain. That is exactly what you're doing, sir. You're telling this court these bullets were similar. But similar in what respect? I mean, the bullet which you say had better marks. was positively compared with the scene bullet. How that happened? What is it that was in the scene bullet and in the test bullet? We don't know. Do you understand?
No, because I would take ukhuluma njengadokotela ngoba awukwazi usithethela ukuthi umuthi ke le nhlamvu lena yayinempawu ezibona ezicaceka ngcono iziphi lezi mpawu zazinjani.
What I can say, my lord, is that the pattern of those marks, I found similarities. I found them to be in agreement to make that particular finding, my lord.
Ngifuna ukusho ukuthi pattern yalezi mpawu lezi zangikholele ekutheni ngikwazi ukufinyelela esinqumeni.
So we've said that this is science. Every step of the way that culminated to your finding must be accounted for. This is what I found, this is what I found, this is what I found, therefore this was my result. Do we have that in your evidence here at court in respect of your finding?
Njengoba uthi usebenzisa isayensi kufanele konke kulandelelwe kahle kwabekwa kahle kwacaca ukuthi nakho engitholile nakho ngiyitholile nakho ngitholile wenze kanjalo yini.
Hence, my lord, I said I was giving an opinion of which I did not write.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi la ngangiletha umbono ke lo mbono ngizangiubhale phansi.
And that is how experts do their things. Mark you, I don't doubt your level of expertise. But I'm asking, is that really how experts do their analysis? They don't write nothing. They put everything in their head and later.
Kodwa ke umbuzo wami ukuthi iyona yini indlela ochwepheshe abasenza ngayo ukuthi bangabhali phansi ukuthi benzani.
They put everything in their head and then later on forget them.
Bagcina konke engqondweni bese ke kuphele kanjani.
My lord, the person who will write, as the advocate has stated earlier, as the chief examiner, he will write his findings. The person who does the verification will write also his findings. The people that are giving opinion, they don't write.
Sengichazile lo mhlolo omkhulu ozohlola lama specimen alethiwe uyena ozobhala umbiko la letha umbiko lawa baletha umbiko imbono nje akukho lutho olubhalayo.
Thank you, sir. Have you come here as an opinion giver or as an expert?
Uzelana ngokuthi uzochaza ukuthi ngoletha umbono noma uzelana njengochwepheshe.
I gave an opinion, my lord.
So we are wrong to refer to you as an expert.
Mr. Mnisi, sorry,
Yes.
sorry to interfere. You just referred to this gentleman. You said, I don't doubt that you're an expert. Am I quoting you correct?
Yes.
But I don't doubt your expertise.
Initially, I said that, man.
Yeah, fine. I'm saying you said that.
Yes.
Now you're investigating and querying the very thing you tell him you think and you know that he is.
That was before.
That's all.
That was
now you can go on. That's all.
No, madam. No.
I don't doubt that you're an expert.
Yes, madam.
Thereafter, you say, are you an expert or an opinion giver?
Yes.
Fine. I say, fine, you can go on.
But that is subsequent to the answer that he gave me, my lord. All that I'm saying here are prompted by the answers which he's giving. And for the fact that I said to him, I don't doubt his expertise, my lord. I said that out of respect. But because of the answers that he himself gave me, or gave this court, I've got no reasons, my lord, not to ask him whether he has come here as an opinion giver or as an expert. Then he proceeds to say, I've come here as an opinion giver. Now, when you have come here as an opinion giver, say, then the usage of, my saying to you that I don't doubt your level of expertise as an expert could have been misplaced, not so. because we have come here as an opinion giver, not so.
Manje njoba lana uzoletha ubufakazi bakho njengolethe umbono. Ukuthi-ke ukuthi ngibize ngochwepheshe kuzobe kungelona iqiniso kanjani?
My Lord, this opinion that I gave is an opinion that will be given by a ballistic expert, my Lord.
Mbono ngunikile umbono olethwa ngochwepheshe.
Not anyone can give this particular opinion.
Akuyena ubani nobani ongakwazi ukuthi alethe lo mbono lo.
And as an expert, are you not supposed to take this court through the processes that you went through in arriving at your conclusion?
Njengochwepheshe-ke akufanele yini ukuthi ukhombise ukuthi yiphi umzila lo wawulandela ukuze ulethe lo mbono?
My Lord, as I've alluded that I was giving an opinion, I gave an opinion. I did not write on the pro forma. The person who writes on the pro forma is the person who will be doing verification.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi bengilethe umbono angizange ngibhale ku-pro forma, ungishilo futhi ukuthi obhala umbiko yilo owumhloli omkhulu.
That pathologist that I referred you to, ne? Just to complete the mosaic, they had to call him and he had to go and account on the nature of the work that he did and presented at court. But nonetheless, let us proceed. Now, on the 22nd of July 2020, Lieutenant Colonel Mangena goes to you and requests for an opinion. You said last time under cross-examination by my colleague Ms. Mgomezulu that you can't remember at what time did he approach you. Was it in the afternoon, or it was it mid-morning, mid-morning, or was it midday? That you can't remember, not so.
Mhla 22 July 2020 uthi awusakhumbula ukuthi wafika nini Mangena uthi azocela umbiko, wazi ukuthi sekuseni noma isemini noma ntambama, usakhumbula njani?
That is correct, my Lord.
Yebo njani?
And then in your affidavit, the one that you said you were requested much against, your protocol by Advocate Baloi to prepare. You say on the 22nd of July 2020, during the performance of my official duties, I was requested by Lieutenant Colonel Mangena to provide a microscopic opinion regarding the following exhibits: bullet and test bullets. You mentioned them in 3.1 and in 3.2. And then in paragraph 4, you say, I examined the fired bullet mentioned in paragraph 3.1 and 3.2 and compared to the individual and class characteristics markings transferred to them by firearm components during firing process using a comparison microscope, and found that the bullet that is mentioned in 3.1 and 3.2 were fired from the same firearm. That's what is contained in your affidavit, not so?
Lokho kufundiwe ikona yini okula ku-affidavit yakho?
Sorry, not so?
That is correct, my Lord.
Thank you, sir. So this whole process, the receipt, the comparison, and the finalization of the comparison and the making available of the results of a comparison is happening on the 22nd of July 2020, not so?
That is correct, my Lord.
And you have earlier on indicated that an opinion, a person that goes out and seek for an opinion from his colleague, he does that after he has finalized his comparison, not so?
That is correct, my Lord. I said you check them first and then you can go and ask for an opinion, my Lord, after you've checked them.
Thank you. Now, okay, before I get to this point, you know Lieutenant Colonel Mangena, when he testified, he said after he had completed his examination or analysis on this ballistic engagement, he then approached 4 of his colleagues for them to confirm his work. That's what he told in his court.
Okay, mangena uthi-ke seqedile wenza umsebenzi wakhe obhalisiwe yakuba la sebenza nabo abane ukuthi beze bazoqinisekisa umsebenzi wakhe.
But it is only Mr. Surero who then countersigned his work. Do you follow?
Kodwa-ke ubaba uSirero kuphela naye owasayinda emsebenzini wakhe kunjalo.
I'm following, my lord.
Ngiyakulandela lokho.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena does not say, I approached 4 of my colleagues. I approached Lieutenant Colonel Surero to confirm my work, and Captain Tini, Captain Hrobla, and the other Hrobla that's not here, I think it's Feljun. Those 3, I only requested opinion from them. Do you follow?
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena umenza la kazachaza ukuthi wafika wacela abane ukuthi bamhlolele umsebenzi wakhe, wacela uLieutenant Colonel Sirelo, Captain Tuli, Captain Hroblet, Captain Bedion ukuthi bamhlolele umsebenzi wakhe. Angjalo.
I'm listening, my lord.
That's what he told his court.
Ilokho akutshela le nkantolo.
And I do not doubt Lieutenant Colonel Mangena's understandings of these processes.
Angingabazi ukuthi ke inqubo uyayazi uLieutenant Colonel Mangena ukusebenza lo msebenzi.
He's a very seasoned ballistic expert.
Umkantshubo ku-ballistic ukuhlola kwe-ballistic.
He's able to differentiate between opinion from what I could discern from how he proffered his testimony. He was able, it's a person that struck me as a person who's able to differentiate between an opinion and a confirmation.
Ngimbheka mina ngibona sengathi umuntu okwazi ukuhlukanisa phakathi kombono nesiqiniseko.
Do you understand?
I'm listening, my lord.
And in fact, throughout his testimony, I yet have to come across the word where he says, I requested an opinion from my other colleagues. Because he's always been speaking about confirmation, overriding my work, and probably checking my work. Opinion, never. So it's yourself and Captain Hrobla who, through this document, this 212, came and told to this court that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena approached you and requested for an opinion.
So when I know Captain Hrobla abeza kule nkantolo bathi yebo Captain Mangena weza uzosicela ukwenza lo msebenzi.
Do you understand?
I'm listening, my lord.
Any comment?
Paula?
My lord, the only thing that I can say is that the word opinion, anyone who's working in ballistics or has worked in ballistics, he knows this opinion.
Osebenza lapha ku ballistic ngazi ukuthi bonke akekho noyedwa ongayazi ukuthi ukuthini opinion.
That exactly confirms what I've just said to you now, that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena knows what an opinion is, knows what a confirmation, comma, override, comma, and check, and checking of a work. If he would have wanted to say opinion, he would have simply have mentioned that yourself, Captain Hrobla, and the other captain, I don't know whether the state is going to call him or what, he would have approached you for an opinion, not a confirmation. Do you understand?
Ngoba ngithi uyazi kahle uMangena ukuthi yini umbono ene yini ukuletha isiqiniseko bezobe engezanga kinina wazothi uzocela umbono bezothi cela nilethe isiqiniseko kanjani.
I hear you, my lord, and I cannot comment further on what Colonel Mangena have said, my lord.
Thank you. Because this is what he told this court. I'm not thumbsucking this. This is what he told this court, and I'm going to refer to the record of the proceedings of the 30th of August 2024 on page number 7. I'm going to read it very quickly. He said this under my cross-examination when Mr. Mnisi was cross-examining him. This is what happened. Now, Mr. Mnisi says, thank you. Now you say you will refer this, you request just one of your colleagues to come and override your work. What words did you use now? Oversee. Mr. Mangena says, confirm. Then Mr. Mnisi says, confirm, yes, to come and confirm your work, and that will be all, not so. Mr. Mangena says, that is correct. Then Mr. Mnisi says, thank you, sir, thank you. Now, in the case that we are busy with here, you told to this court that although this was a positive result, that is, according to you, there was a positive match, you called 4 people to come and confirm your results, not so. I repeat that. You called 4 people to come and confirm your results, not so. That was a question that I posed to him. Then Mr. Mangena's answer was, that is correct, my lord. I called 4 people to check. Mr. Mnisi says, is that a normal practice? Then Mr. Mangena says, my lord, it depends on the exhibits that you have and the quality of marks that you have and the case that you are working. If it is a high-profile case, I'll make sure that we get more people to go, to come and confirm the findings for quality control also. Did you get that?
I've heard that.
Thank you. I just wanted to sum this one up on whether or not Mr. Mangena approached you for a confirmation or for an opinion. In his own words, he said confirmation. Do you understand?
Confirmation noma opinion ufithi isiqiniseko noma umbono.
Any comment?
My lord, when the advocate was reading there, I also heard the word check.
Yes.
And Lieutenant Colonel Mangena also used the word to confirm. So what I can say is that the checking, if he asked me to check, I'm giving an opinion. The process of checking, the process of confirming, we are using the same instrument, the comparison microscope. However, the word confirm or to verify, the person who signs there, then we call him a verifier. That is the comment that I can give, my lord.
Naleli olubhesile lokuthi ulethe isiqiniseko engwenza ukuthi uthatha le inhlamvu lezi ngibheka ngaphansi ku microscope ngisihlole bese ngiyasho ukuthi nake ngibona.
So check according to you means opinion.
Futhi ke ukuhlola ngokwakho uchaza ukuthi ke kusho ukuthi ke umbono lo.
My lord, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that in your reading there, I've heard you mentioned check, and I've heard you mentioned confirmation. All that I'm saying is that all those, the two things, to check and to confirm, we are using the same instrument, of which is a comparison microscope. However, the person who signs there, as long as he signs, then we said he's done verification.
Lamagama la ucheck no confirm last. Maswa usebenzisa ukuthi sisebenzise instrument eyodwa ukuthi sihlole ngayo. Emva kwaloko ke uyakwazi ukuthi uchaze ukuthi cha na umbono wami.
Mr. Tini, please don't try too hard. You have just told this court that the word check, according to you, means opinion. Is that not what you said?
What I'm saying, my lord, is that...
Is that not what you said? Did you say it or you didn't say it? That the word check means opinion.
My lord, in my pro forma, I don't have the word check. I've got verification.
My form does what I say pro forma. I didn't call it a check. Any corner, you don't need it verification.
Thank you.
And the verification of course I would to later is concerned.
Thank you. I hope the point is made, sir. Thank you. And very clearly so. Now, 20 July 2020, Mr. Mangena gives you experiments. You work on, you complete them on the same day. Do you have a clue? Can you remember how long did it take you to go through this whole exercise on the 22nd? That's not 22 July 2020.
22 July 2020,
from beginning to the end.
I cannot recall that, my lord.
Thank you. Now, this is what Colonel Mangena told this court. And I want you to listen and listen very carefully. Because it has got a huge bearing on your testimony. I just want to be frank with you. It does have. The proceedings of the 29th of August 2024, when I also was cross-examining him, it starts on page 49. Paragraph 10, it's him, Mr. Mangena. He says, I started with the FMJs. I compared the FMJs and then I put them. I cannot recall whether I also did with the same exercise with the other bullets. But I continue. When I start to continue, I took my exhibit bullet and put them on the left-hand side and started comparing it with all those other exhibits that I had with me. I'll read and then thereafter I'll give Mr. Ngobo just to interpret.
Can you do one sentence at a time, because you tend to read quite a long passage and it becomes impossible to remember it.
Yeah, I just skipped my mind that I should have prepared a copy for you as well. You understand? Yeah, I should have prepared a copy for you. But what I will do is I'll read through and then I'll give this to you and then you summarize it. Okay. Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Mnisi says to Mr. Mangena, yes. So you say you still cannot recall exactly what you did, Mr. Mangena says. That is correct. My lord, he says, that is correct, my lord, because the whole exercise did not take an hour or 2 hours. It take days, because I started working after collecting the firearm, which we now know it was on the 20th. After shooting the test, then Tuesday, Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. I cannot remember But my report, I started compiling my report on Friday. Mr. Mnisi, yes. Now with the addendum to your answer, should I then understand you to mean that at some stage you were tired working on this exercise or on this experiment, on this examination? It took you almost a week, so it drained you. Do I understand you to mean that, Mr. Mangena? My lord, when I'm working on the microscope, once I feel that my eyes are tired, I've been working on the microscope for a long time, my eyes are tired, you will start missing some of the markings, so I will rather stop and then I will continue. I will continue. It is either the next morning or when I maybe after a long break and I come start working on it. So that is why I said it did not take me a day, it took me a long time. Then Mr. Mnisi, thank you. I quite agree with you on that one. Some other things can be very draining. But then, are you then saying that the nature of this exercise, the comparison, was it a tedious and a difficult one? So which is the reason why it took you so many days? Mr. Mangena says, my lord, with such exhibits from such a bullet that has worn out, it takes time for you to look at these things and it takes time for you to see all your markings properly. Mr. Mnisi, now with that explanation, say, would it then be correct to say that it was not an easy exercise? It was a difficult exercise because we had to go into the system and compare, come out of the system, go back and compare it. It was not really a simple exercise. It was a tedious exercise. Do I understand you to mean that? Then Mr. Mangena says, my lord, I will say as long as you started, you have identified maybe the groups that are visible, that you can see on your exhibits. When you start with those other tests, you can check your tests, you keep on marking them. Maybe after some time, you know which mark bullet you have marked. You start looking at them, then you can, from there, you start doing the follow-up. When you say it is a follow-up, you start rotating them simultaneously, looking at the relevant same position on both items for more marks. Mr. Mnisi, yes. Mr. Mangena, to clear up, it is not that it took me the whole week to do that. I have checked that and thereafter I gave it to my colleagues to check. So they also took some time, but I will not say not as much time as I took. Let's stop it there.
Anakhulunywa ukuthi uMangena mekaza ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe wawenza kanjani. Othi ke uyachaza ukuthi no umsebenzi wawenza kwathatha isikhathi eside ngoba kwesinye isikhathi ke kwakukhona nokuthi ke akhathale emehlweni nesikhathele abona ukuthi mhlambe ke ngakhona impawu angeke asakwazi ukuzibona. So kwagcina lokwenze ukuthi athathe isikhathi eside ukwenza lo msebenzi wokuhlola.
Thank you. Now, it is beyond reproach that Lieutenant Colonel Mangena is more experienced than you, not so?
Colonel Mangena uchwepheshe obodlulayo kanjani?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo kunjani?
And you heard when he told to this court that for him to do this thing, it did not take him a day or two. It took him long. Such that he started to work on his affidavit on a Friday. When he had started with the analysis on a Monday. Do you follow?
I'm following, my lord.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Mangena, with such massive experience on ballistic-related matters, took almost a week to come to the conclusion that he arrived at. And it only takes you a time that you are no longer able to remember, but something that is less than a day to come to your conclusion. Is there any logical explanation for it?
My Lord, I've heard what the advocate was reading there, and it contains a lot of things like typing of statements. I've only done part of which was just to give an opinion with regard to the microscopic comparison. Then my duty ended there. The advocate has mentioned the chief examiner, who will be doing everything. I don't know when did he do what, but from your reading, I heard you spoke about the typing of affidavit. Those are some of the duties that he has done as chief examiner, as they belong to him, as those are his responsibilities.
No, mina msebenzi wenza nje uyingxenye yalonke lo msebenzi ofanele wenziwe lapho ngoba mina ngifanele nje umbono nje ukuthi noma ngiqhathanisa ngathola ini manje lo umhlolo omkhulu yena ufanele akwenze konke lokho baphinda kube nanembiko ayibhalayo noma affidavit ababhalayo so kuthatha isikhathi eside.
Sir, please don't try to sway things that I've said. Mr. Mangena says he only started to compile his report on a Friday when he started to work on this experiment on a Monday, which was the 20th. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I understand that, man.
Thank you. And let me specifically bring you to what is important, what he specifically says. This is what he says. My Lord, because the whole exercise did not take an hour or 2 hours. It took days because I started working after collecting the firearm. After the shooting, the test, then on Tuesday, on Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. On Tuesday, on Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. Now, when we look into the calendar of 2020, July 2020, the 20th was on a Monday. The 21st was on a Tuesday. The 22nd, the day on which you say he approached you for an opinion, was on a Wednesday. Do you follow?
Must be a calendar to July 2020. Must be must be 21st go the speed, must be 22 go the start to the lang when I was
Do you follow?
I'm following, my Lord.
Thank you. Yeah. After shooting the test, then on Tuesday, Wednesday, I was busy on the microscope with all those exhibits. In other words, say, you are saying that Mr. Mangena approached you on a Wednesday when you were still busy on the microscope. And mind you, you had told this court that an expert can only approach another expert from the opinion once they are done with the work that they are doing. Not so.
umunye uchwepheshe angacela omunye uchwepheshe ukuthi amhlolele umsebenzi uma kuwukuthi yena seqedile ukwenza wakhe umsebenzi.
Not so.
Anjani?
I'm following, my lord.
Ngiyalandela.
Mr. Mangena is very pertinent. It's very clear. It does not need any particular expertise to understand what Mr. Mangena is saying. On a Tuesday and a Wednesday, I was still busy on the microscope with all those exhibits, and other work was not yet done. And yet, he comes to you for an opinion. How do you explain that?
Mangena-ke ngomhla 21 wesibili nangolwesithathu wayesematasa ephethe nomsebenzi wakhe wokuhlola okusho ukuthi weza kuwena engakaqedi ukwenza umsebenzi wakhe anginjalo.
We object to
Here to come in, and this is the second reason. Mind you, I told you earlier on that the first reason why you had come here to come and validate, yes, I haven't forgotten this time, to come and validate the state's narrative was that first reason. This is the second reason. Unfortunately, your validation, your attempt to validate the state's attempt to create a certain narrative of the use of a firearm in this case missed Mr. Mangena's testimony in this regard. I therefore feel justified, sir, to brand you as a hired gun. You standing there as a hired gun. You don't know what you did. You're forgetting everything that you did as an expert. I'm even not so sure whether as you standing there, particularly in this case, you came here as an expert or as an opinion giver. Now, Mr. Mangena approaches you even before he could complete his work on the 22nd. What should the court make of all these inexplicable circumstances of this case that you have come to testify about?
Lana ulethe into ngibona sengathi wena ulethele lana nje ukuthi uzosiza umshushisi ukuthi alethe lesisithombe sokuthi isibhamu lesi sasetshenziswa lapha kodwa wena uningi ongasakukhumbuli nesikhathi asasikhumbuli kuyabonakala nala ukuthi lana uthe uze lana njengochwepheshe akucaci ukuthi uze njengochwepheshe noma uletha umbono manje-ke umbuzo wami kusho ukuthi konke lokhu kuholele wena ulethele nje ukuthi uzosiza umshushisi.
I will stand up again and object to the use of the phrase a hired gun to the witness. My understanding of a hired gun is someone who's been paid to come and say something, and I submit, my lord, it's improper for advocate minister to use such to the witness.
Do you know the Judge Dennis Davis? The one who says, judge for yourself, on TV.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a buddy of mine. He used that weight in a particular judgment. I need to tell you the judgment.
Yes, the court, please.
As it please the court, madam, thank you. I'm not so sure whether the court is coming to my rescue, but there is nothing wrong in referring to an expert as a hired gun. It's all over the show. You go to authorities, law reports that are dealing with road traffic, what is it now? Road accident fund cases, medical negligence cases. This phrase, hired gun, is referred to there very extensively, so it's not an insult. Don't feel insulted.
No, I'm just trying to explain to the witness that the person who first used this word in South Africa,
yes,
in a divorce case,
yes, madam,
was Dennis Davis.
That is
1994. It's a reported case.
Yes, madam. Yeah.
You know that case, Mr.
Not particularly, but the context.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, it was the first guy who...
As it is the court, madam. So say, when I say to you a hired gun, I just don't say it out of nowhere. I'm saying it, basing it on what, as I try to compare and contrast your testimony here at court. You said you've got no comment, not so?
Uthe wena akukho ngaphawula kuloko ukuthi ebengibeka ukuthi wena ulethelwe nje ukuthi uzoqinisekisa into efuna ukubekwa umshushisi phambi kwenkantolo kanjani.
My Lord, I can only say I'm not supporting any narrative.
Okay. Thank you. Now, finally,
can I just finalize?
As I look at your affidavit on paragraph 3 of your affidavit, and paragraph 3 of Captain Grobler's affidavit, they are twins, the content thereof, from paragraph 3 to paragraph 5, which is the gist of your affidavit. The contents thereof are similar. They are basically two peas in a pond.
Mbiko Captain Grobler, paragraph 3, nombiko wako paragraph 3. Zona sengathi lembiko lena lama paragraph la, so paragraph 3 kuyofika ku paragraph 5 ifana ncimishi.
The content thereof, the wording, the punctuation, the spelling, and everything is just similar. Could that have been a coincidence?
Konke lo indlela obhalwe ngayo punctuation nendlela ufakwe ngayo spelling lapho kufana ncimishi into engazenzekela le.
My Lord, from my office there is a standard way of writing an affidavit.
Obviously, khona indlela ebekiwe yokuthi sibhala kanjani i-affidavit.
And other things such as the caliber and the markings, my Lord, you cannot change.
Ezinye izinto ezinjengobukhulu besibhamu nempawu awukwazi ukushintsha lo.
You heard me. I said even the punctuation and the spelling and the phrasing of the words. Could that have been a coincidence? Or you use the same computer to prepare paragraph 3 to paragraph 4 of your statement? Of your I mean, yourself, Grobler and yourself.
Since it's a computer, the spelling siyafana.
My Lord, we didn't use the same computer. Hence, I'm saying we are having a standard way of drafting an affidavit, my Lord.
Thank you, sir. The standard way of drafting affidavit. Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Yes.
That will be all for me, my Lord. Thank you, my Lord.
What time is it now?
It's 3:45, my Lord.
Is this the end of this witness?
No, they must still cross-examine.
Mr. Numalo. You want to cross-examine this witness?
My Lord, may I bring it to the attention of the court that I will have no cross-examination to this witness?
Yeah, you did. And Mr. Chololo?
No cross-examination.
Okay, so that is the end of this witness's evidence. Except you want to re-examine him, I don't know.
We can adjourn to tomorrow, my Lord.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We haven't seen a standard affidavit in a ballistic manual.
In this instance, it's very suspicious.
You have seen one. I can show you one.
Thank you, my lord.
Okay, let's adjourn until tomorrow at 10. Are you available, sir, tomorrow?
That is correct, my lord. I'm available.
Sure. All right.
uNkulunkulu nama-plans i-life ingenye indlela.
South Africa woke this Monday to devastating news. Soccer star Senzo Meyiwa murdered.
This is a national tragedy.
Why Senzo?
Oh, there was a cover up. There were so many different stories.
Help us. We want to know who killed Senzo.
For that independent